our Education Conference Committee will be on recess until the Senate, until 8:30. Recess until 8:30.
Why don't we start with the math funding?
All right, we have returning from recess, so we'll go ahead and begin with House Bill 2567, and I will turn it over to Senator Baumgartner.
At this time, we are willing to accept the changes for funding for the virtual math tutoring program. We will accept the language clarifying bachelor's, master's, and doctorate programs. I do want to say, for the record, the way in which we came to this language has been absolutely misrepresented in this conference committee every step of the way. There was not a meeting that occurred with multiple board members. There was not an agreement that was made by multiple people with a vote. The language that was agreed upon in committee at the rail is not the language that we are agreeing upon now. And I think that this is, I do want to say for the record, this is a disgraceful misrepresentation coming from Kansas State University. That is not how the state legislature is to do its business. And the fact that no one has been here in this conference committee meeting representing K-State University and their need for this change is also disrespectful to the legislative process. With regard to, let's see, Senate survey amendment language, we'll accept that to be inserted into 2512. Now I believe we need to move on to the Parents' Bill of Rights. I'll get to the Promise Act. With regard to the Parents' Bill of Rights, we will accept deleting lessons, tests, and examinations on page 2, lines 22 and 23. We'll keep the definition of the parent, and we will use the Senate version, adding back informed of and language that's on page 1 and page 2. With regard to the Promise Act, that is still a problem. We cannot accept out-of-state students without the need for additional balloon language. It's one thing to allow out-of-state students. There is no language with regard to out-of-state students needing to live in Kansas. I believe that there are other issues that are still needing to be addressed. I have been given permission that we can move forward with regard to the contents of House Bill 2512 and those amendments and all that we have agreed to, and find a different shelf for the Promise Act. So I will put that in the hands of the House for them to determine how it is that they would like to address the Promise Act.
We can accept all of those items. We appreciate the response back on that particular item. We are not aware of moving it out, so we can check and give us a minute. We'll see if we can find out.
Okay. I'm sorry, Senator Sykes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just had a follow-up. the chair from the House side had promised an email with that.
Yes, I sure did. And my assistant, I sent her, she's going to send it to you tomorrow.
Okay. Well, I won't be signing the conference, but thank you.
Let's go ahead and ask that question of the revisor about if it changes.
So, yes, Jared, the question I was asking, is there any issue with the subject areas? When we remove the Promise Act, we have another item in there that relates to higher ed. It's the HERO Award.
So this will be an act concerning education. So it will be an education bill. And I believe you've got the HERO Award in there, and then also the Johnson County Research Triangle provision in there as well.
What would you He's in your didn't ask. So I just all the Okay, so I guess we weren't aware of that, and so we'll just ask for a pause and if we could schedule back.
The types of things that we're going to need to do if we're going to move forward with the change on the Promise Act. First of all, I want it to be acknowledged, taking it from just the parameters of Kansas residents and opening it up to anyone with the United States has very significant ramifications. First of all, $10 million won't be enough. But as far as the nuts and bolts, we are going to need to have language in there that says that the state will not reimburse community colleges or technical colleges for out-of-state tuition rates. Because right now, if an out-of-state student attends a local community college, they pay a different rate than an in-state or an in-district student. So we need that kind of language. We will need to make sure that we make additional changes throughout the bill to address this notion of residency. In talking to leadership on both sides of the Capitol, the issue of a student continuing to live out of state but attending and receiving a promised scholarship does seem particularly egregious. I have questions that if we just make the change from in-state to any Kansas resident, I do not believe that that would pass on the Senate floor right now. I don't think, or it would be very close. But I am not convinced that we would have a majority vote on that. So I think that we're going to need to put some guardrails. Likewise, community colleges and technical colleges have not even discussed or prepared for this notion of accepting out of state. What I don't want to see happen, because we know we have very competitive community colleges with regard to athletics. Many of our community colleges have won national championships. I'm not going to have out of state athletes come in and we're no longer going to give them athletic scholarships, but instead we will give them promise scholarships, because that's not what this was designed for. So I think we're going to need to make sure that we have language that's quite clear, and community colleges are going to need at least some time to express, as well as technical colleges express any additional language that we would need in that bill. Thank you.
And on that note, Senator, all of those things that you mentioned sound like good amendments. If they are put together and presented and remain in this bill, then I think that would be something that we would support. The item about the athlete, are you working on drafting that so that they would be excluded if they received a scholarship from out of state as an athlete?
Well, quite frankly, my concern is I don't want to discriminate. Being a student athlete myself, I don't want to discriminate from student athletes coming. It's just what we don't want is the practice that community colleges are going to decide, well, we won't have to provide athletic scholarships if we can just get them to sign up for a promise scholarship. So again, it is one of those things that in the entire time that we have worked on the Promise Scholarship, and it's been now, this is the third year, we've had ongoing input, not only from technical colleges, but the private not-for-profit colleges, as well as the community colleges. And so they've had zero input on this significant change.
Okay, so let's, what time would work for you? Are you asking for them to draft an amendment? And are you asking for them to draft an amendment for this bill, 2567?
I might actually like us to move forward on 2567 so we can just get that up and out. I would need to find need to get a shell, but that is something that you need to discuss with your leadership.
We already have, and that's not what was agreed upon. So the House is going to stick to what was agreed upon with leadership.
Well, I am going to then just briefly read the statement I think I have on what was agreed upon. The Promise Act, except House position due to requirement for student to live and work in Kansas for 2 years upon completion of program. That was in last year's bill. This is not a new requirement. So when a decision was made to agree on something, thinking that this is a new boundary being set in, I don't know that it was agreed upon in with eyes wide open. I'll simply say that.
Well, we'll have to disagree on that. That was a question that was asked. It was put in there for clarification purposes, not to, not because it's a new item, because that was a question that was asked and it was in the bill. So
I wasn't in that meeting, so I can't comment on it.
sure. All right, we will, would you like to meet back, or
Absolutely.
let's see, about 9, how long would it take to draft that? Well, we're still on the floor right now. They're probably okay. So 10 o'clock. All right.
So, thank you for joining us again for, are we on? I'm not hearing it yet. It is. There we go. Okay, thank you for joining us again for the House and Senate Education Conference Committee meeting. So when we left off, we were talking about the Promise Act, and we were talking about the changing from Kansas resident to non-residents, and that there were needed amendments. Because of the way the bill is written and the ways in which information will have to be jumped in throughout the bill, we thought it would be appropriate to go through bullet points of issues. We will step through them, and one by one, we will approve or not approve them before we have our revisers work on crafting. So go ahead and just pass them out. And as I understand it, Tamara has explained that we will have one portion of the Promise Act trailer bill that will have the changes that were put in to start effective upon publication. And there will be another portion that it would include the new changes that we're going to talk about right now. So we're going to start with the start date. Since none of our community colleges, none of our private not-for-profits, and none of our technical colleges have been involved in the process, we thought it was appropriate to change the beginning date to the beginning of the school year of 2023-24. Certain out-of-state students may be eligible and apply for the Kansas Promise Scholarship. So that's when it would be implemented. So not this upcoming fall, because we are, community colleges are well into the enrollment process. So let's just pause there if there are any questions or concern about the start date. Not seeing any questions. Are there any concerns? Well, we'll just keep going through it, but if there are any immediate concerns. Okay. Now for out-of-state eligibility. To be eligible, out-of-state students shall be residents of Missouri, Nebraska, Oklahoma, or Colorado. And that was the conversation that occurred with those representatives of the different institutions. So those are contiguous states. And the rationale behind that was that is what the Department of Commerce has been focusing on, is those states that surround us. The other component is establish Kansas residency within one semester of entering into a Kansas Promise Scholarship Agreement as required by KSA 7432-276. So to be eligible, they would come from the contiguous states. And once they enroll and once they are recipients of the Kansas Promise Scholarship, they need to move to Kansas to be attendees rather than driving back and forth from Raytown or Gladstone or other areas surrounding us. The scholarship amount. This was fashioned after what we do for all pre-K through 12 in our state. So any out-of-state student that's attending our K through 12, pre-K through 12 public school districts receive 0.5 funding. So we modeled it after that. Out-of-state students may receive a scholarship in the amount that is not more than 1/2 of the uncovered costs of attendance for in-state tuition, books, fees, and supplies. Uncovered costs is what takes into account, this is last dollar. So let's say they're Pell eligible for a certain amount of money, or they've received an athletic scholarship. Let's say they've received an athletic scholarship that's $500 a semester. This would be that uncovered, what is the remaining balance. And the reason we say for in-state tuition, because when you enroll as an out-of-state student at our community colleges, as an example, rather than paying $1,700 for the semester, an out-of-state student might be, the rate might be $2,000. So we are not going to reimburse our in-state community colleges or technical colleges for an out-of-state rate. We're going to reimburse them for an in-state rate. the funding, so no more than 10% of any amount appropriated may be used for out-of-state student scholarships. So if $10 million is appropriated for fiscal year 24, then 1 million could go toward out-of-state student scholarships. And if there's any money left over from the 10% after scholarships have been awarded to out-of-state students, they may be expended on in-state students. And then the last component is that for advertising, no eligible post-secondary educational institution shall advertise Kansas Promise scholarships in any state other than Kansas. So what we're not wanting is in-state students that pay tuition, county residents that pay their mill in property taxes to be advertising out of state. We do have community colleges in state that run television ads on a regular basis, run radio ads, do print ads. We like that. We love that. It's wonderful, but they're not going to expend that money out of state. So those are, that is the feedback that we have received just from the 4 individuals that represent the different entities. I do want to mention that the representative for private not-for-profits is not here this evening. And I think that's unfortunate. He's had no opportunity to weigh in any representation for those institutions that have already participated in the Promise Scholarship Program this year. But this was, and keep in mind, the people standing around with the revisors, we've been up for probably about 16 hours today. This was the best we could come up with as far as addressing issues that we know impact that potential of out of state. So I'll stop there. And Dinah, you have a question?
Yes, Madam Chair, thank you for this, and I agree. This is great. My question on that out-of-state eligibility that they have to establish residency within one semester. Is there anything addressing if they do not? Because I know in our original bill we had clawbacks if they did not stay and things like that.
So the way that's designed, they're supposed to do that within that first semester. They've received that money. They would not continue to receive.
But they
funding.
would keep that first semester if they did not.
We didn't address that. That would be something that I think I see folks there in the audience, we would normally have them come testify, but they're shaking their heads to clawback. Okay. So if they're not going to comply, then there would be that clawback.
Okay, thank you. Just checking. And I think that's...
Well, I think that's a good question. And I think that that's something that the revisers can add that language. So thank you. Do you have questions, House members?
Yes, thank you. All right. For this particular amendment offer, is this to be included in House Bill 2567?
It would be included with all of the contents of the Promise Act with these that would be written in by our revisers, yes.
Okay. And would you explain one more time about the scholarship amount that says half of the uncovered cost of attendance for in-state tuition? Give us your rationale for only half of the in-state.
My rationale is that is what we've been doing for, I believe it's been, JG's not here, but about 5 years ago when we were looking at the attendance of out-of-state students in our K through 12, we began, at first that had been fully funded 100%, and we began ratcheting it down. And so where we have been for, I think it's been the last 3 years, at 50%. So any K through 12 student that is attending our USDs that is residing out of state, the funding is only at 50%. So we use that very same formula.
Okay. All right. We would like just a couple minutes.
Okay. And just the other component as far as the uncovered cost of attendance, again, last dollars. So if they have any other funding coming in, be it Pell, be it any type of scholarships, those would be backed out, then the half. And the in-state tuition is because we're not going to pay are in-state institutions that differential?
We're approximately 10 minutes to talk this over. Thank you.
No yawning in the audience. That is not fair.
All right, committee, we are back on House Bill 2567, and we have an offer from the Senate. So we want to go over the offer that was presented to us. So we agree with 4 of the 5 provisions, good provisions. We can accept those. The one provision we want to talk about is the scholarship amount. Understand the parallel between K-12, though it's not K-12. We would like to see if we can clarify that. Yeah, I don't know if it was your intent or us maybe not getting it quite right, but we agree that the out-of-state student, when they arrive in Kansas for that first semester, should pay the difference out of pocket between what that out-of-state cost would be and that in-state cost would be. So we definitely are with you on that. However, the second semester, they should qualify for in-state tuition, and it should not be deducted in half. So I'm not sure if that was part of your intent or not, but that is what if it wasn't, that's what we would offer back, is that we accept everything but adapting that scholarship amount to that second semester. Right. They pay, okay, so make sure I'm explaining it correctly. The first semester, they're paying the difference, but then the second semester, they're paying the in-state tuition rate. That's that's the amount. They're not receiving half. So
The original offer was that it would be half. I'm seeing nodding of heads from in the back of the room. But again, that's 2 people that have not come and testified. There's been no testimony on this. And so we were simply using that model of, we've had kids from kindergarten all the way through graduation that have been funded. And these last, I believe it's 3 years have been, or 5 years. Is it 3 years that they've been at fit? Yeah. So, why don't you give us a moment? Could we please have a point of clarification from those that are in the audience? So if a university student comes from out of state, they begin paying out of state tuition. At what point do they pay in tuition? Is there any point? And the same with regard to community college students.
The community college and technical college residency statutes are different. For community colleges, we do have a situation where if a student has been with us 6 months, they change their residency status to Kansas, they're a Kansas resident. So then therefore they qualify for in-state tuition. So I think that that's what the House is saying, is at the point of time that their Kansas residency is established, they are legally a Kansas in-state student. And so then the next semester that they take classes, they would be an in-state student because they then are legally a Kansas resident.
Is the rationalization that it be 6 months because you can, in some community colleges, attend what would be 2 semesters that are just 8 weeks long?
It's 10 o'clock, so I'm going to be really careful with this. I don't think there was any rationale 10, 15 years ago when this was created that we can tell.
But it is true that particularly with our technical programs, they often have the 8-week semesters as opposed to the 16 weeks, which would traditionally be cover the 6 months.
Certainly, as we have offered more flexible programming starting at different times, that 6-month window can look a little bit different. But I think that maybe to help the House's position, what they mean is once they become a legal Kansas resident, they get in-state. The clarification is that they would then be getting in-state tuition because they are legally a Kansas resident.
Madam Chair, the other thing I was going to mention is that in here with your agreement, not only do we have the $10 million that we had already previously agreed on, but we also have that 10%, no more than 10%, which was part of yours. So that would prevent any greater amount from out of state.
Oh, I understand that. I think we just want to determine, is it 6 months or is it going to be a semester or is it going to be 16 weeks or how are we going to do that?
I believe our offer from the House is it's semester.
Let's go ahead and hear that.
Could we do it the next legal enrollment period after they establish residency? So if it is an 8-week class and they take their first 8-week class and they've established residency, their second 8-week class, once they're legally a Kansas resident, they would flip to in-state. So if we could not do it on semester, but do it any classes enrolled in after they become a legal Kansas resident, they would get in-state. That's just much cleaner administratively.
Are we able to do that? I'm asking the revisers, are we able to do that and still have them? It still gets into, we want them that first semester to obtain residency. Okay, so perhaps the subsequent semesters. Yeah. Yes, Senator Sykes.
My follow-up, so then they would be out of this 10% pool, they would go to the funding from the 90%, or are they still, because they would be a resident? They came in as an out-of-state, so are they still going to be tied to that 10% funding? Or because they're now a resident, do they fall under the 90%?
Okay. Well, I just heard from, yeah. So our House chair said it's based on how they enter. It could be.
Because the way the offer is, in any in-state, out-of-state money could be used for in-state students, it's kind of a push. They came in under the out-of-state line, unless you're going to say that no more out-of-state students could come in, then because you can use the leftover money for in-state students, they would technically be an in-state student. So I think we would want to be really clear so our schools know what to do. If they come in as an out-of-state student, if they must be counted for the duration of their Kansas Promise Scholarship as an out-of-state student, that needs to be very clear so that we could calculate and keep the two pots separate. If you want them to flip, we just have to keep them for that first semester in that out-of-state category, but we need it to be very clear in the bill.
And as we're talking through this, I will simply share, thank you for sharing that with us, but I will simply share, this is where it gets very complicated because we are allowing students to complete either an associate's degree or certificate. And based in this bill, they have 36 months to do that. So I can see very easily that we would have out-of-state students that are moving in and out and in and out and back and forth because of that process. So I think we are creating a bit of a dilemma that is going to be the burden of the institution to try and track where does the student actually live, which eventually will become a burden for the Board of Regents because they will be responsible for a clawback if a student doesn't return to the program, is not a completer.
Representative Hoffman would like to comment on our dilemma.
Madam Chair, I mean, going back to, I still want to clarify. In this, you say the amount is not to be more than half of the uncovered cost of the attendance of in-state tuition. I read that as saying that the out-of-state student is still going to be responsible for half of the in-state, and then the rest of the difference between the in-state and the out-of-state. That's not how you, okay, then I misunderstood how that was written.
Because when we are looking at uncovered costs, an uncovered cost of attendance for in-state tuition. So once they're admitted to the Promise Scholarship, keep in mind it's the state that's reimbursing the institution. So we're going to use just general numbers. We're not going to pretend that it belongs to any particular institution, but an out-of-state student to take 5 courses, 15 credit hours is $2,000 for out-of-state, but it would only be $1,700 for in-state. If you follow this notion of 1/2 of the uncovered costs, so that student has no other scholarships, just Promise. The reason we indicate in-state tuition is because if you're reimbursing the institution for the out-of-state rate, that would be $500. If you were reimbursing the institution for the in-state rate, it would be half of the $750. So that would be $375. So it would also mean that for the student, it would be the half of the in-state tuition.
That's the way I thought you meant.
You're not paying the difference between the out-of-state or in-state. They're just paying the other half of the in-state rate. Does that make sense? No. Well, again, it gets back to this issue of the original proposal is that it would always only be the 1/2 funding for the semesters for an out-of-state student, plural. And that was the feedback that came from representatives of their institutions.
So I think we might be talking past each other so if the out-of-state tuition is $100 and in-state tuition is $70, the student's going to pay $300 for the out-of-state difference. And then the in-state difference, they will also pay the other half. So I think the Promise Scholarship's only paying half. The student still has to cover the difference between the out-of-state tuition and the in-state tuition because the student will be charged on their account the out-of-state rate. Financial aid will say they're only eligible for up to half of the in-state rate. So it's a 2 funding stream issue. I think we're kind of talking past each other as we've been talking back here. We're going to charge them the out-of-state rate. Promise just isn't picking up that out-of-state cost.
Madam Chair, I guess I understand it. I understand if we don't want to pay the out-of-state tuition through the Promise Act. I understand that. I maybe I'm misunderstanding, but I don't understand why we just can't say that the Promise Act will pay the student up to the cost of in-state tuition, and then they'll be responsible for the rest for that first semester. After that semester, there'll be an in-state, and then the Promise Act would just pay the whole thing. I mean, would pay whatever they didn't, the full tuition. So that's what I'm trying to get to. I'm not sure where this half comes in, because to me, it seems like we're saying, well, we'll pay for half of your, we'll pay a half of a scholarship. We're not really paying for maybe I'm misunderstanding.
The other question I would ask, Senator, is if that's the case, they're still obligated for 2 years of working in the state, but they didn't receive the full benefit that the other students might have received. And if the goal is truly to grow Kansas and to have people move here, live here, and to fill our workforce, then I don't know that solves that issue. What we would prefer, what we would like, is that we accept all of your items, that once a student has completed one semester, then they would qualify for in-state residency. And then once they qualified for in-state residency, they would move from the 10% cap to the 90% portion. And that perhaps if we could decomplicate it a little bit, then we could go from there.
I'll let Senator Erickson speak, then I'll have a comment. Also, Senator Sykes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So if I could have some help from the revisers here, from the conversation, if I'm understanding where we're at. So only no more than 10% of the amount appropriated can be used for out-of-state scholarships, right? So what I'm hearing is then, so we get these out-of-state students after a semester or when they become residents, then they're switched to the 90% pool. Is that correct?
The list that's in front of you does not speak to that, and that is a policy decision that this conference committee would have to figure out.
Because here's my issue with that. If we think, if my thinking is correct, and it's late, if my thinking is correct, if we're only paying half of that in-state tuition, to my thinking, that opens it up for more. That 10% is going to allow twice as many out-of-state students to come in, because we're paying half. Then in a matter of a semester, they're going to flip to the 90% and take up a disproportionate amount of that which was intended for Kansas students. Am I misunderstanding that?
That is my understanding too. And I know when we started the Promise Scholarship, this was for Kansas students. And I know we have a workforce issue, but there's a lot of ways that we can address this. And this was for Kansas students, trying to get them in these high paying, high demand, it's like critical access. So, I mean, we're doing a disservice to Kansas. And granted, if they decide they got their schooling here and they want to leave, there is a clawback, and an employer can pay that, the student can pay it, but we're basically giving an advantage to out-of-state students for them to complete this program. We may get that money back in 3 years, but we're doing a disservice to Kansans.
Go ahead and say that to the mic. Go ahead and say that to the mic.
I don't know if he wants to go on the record for that, but I'll tell you what. Give us a few minutes.
We'll give you a few minutes. I think it's clear. I think it should be reminded that this year, the scholars that are receiving funding, they had to meet the requirements of either being residents for 3 consecutive years, which means they were taxpayers. If they just owned a car, they were property taxpayers. If they're working a job that they want to move away from, they're still paying into the Kansas economy. They had to live for 3 consecutive years or have just graduated within the 12 prior months from a Kansas high school. That's been the requirement for folks. And we now have, is it how many? We have more than 1,000. Is it 1,300 students first semester? So first semester, we had 678 Kansans that followed the requirements. So in a way, we're not opening the door to out of states. I mean, we are just blowing the side of the building out of states. So there is, why not just let them? Again, because this is one scholarship that is fully taxpayer funded. That $10 million that we've set aside is SGF. It is tax dollars from folks that are paying into it. Senator Erickson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And one suggestion I would make, I don't know, just throwing this out there. Why not just say no more than 10% of the amount appropriated can be used for out-of-state students based on their residency upon entry into the program?
Representative Owsley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And while it's late and we're all commenting, I thought I'd add to the taxpayer situation, and that if they'd lived here for 3 years and they'd bought groceries, then they have paid their taxes.
No, I don't care. It does his. The Promise Scholarship was put in place not so we could give free tuition to kids, so that they could go to school free and all that. It was put in place for a jobs program. In Kansas, we have a critical need for workers. I don't understand what it matters whether those workers come from Missouri, Nebraska, Oklahoma, or Colorado. They're going to live in Kansas after this scholarship is given to them. They're going to work here. Hopefully they will find that they like Kansas and they will stay here. It was made for us to get workers in Kansas. And we're making it act like we're here. The scholarship program was made so we can help Kansas kids go to college free. I don't think that was the original intent. That's what happens, because that's how we're getting them into college. But I don't understand what this subversion is to let's get some other people in. If we're not gonna, and that's the reason I'm just frustrated with, we're making this so complicated. I understand if you want to not allow them to have the full tuition, but let's give them the full in-state tuition. It's only for one semester. After that, they qualify as in-state anyway, and they'll be workers hopefully for 2 years or more once they graduate. If they don't, we'll get that money back. And so that's my frustration right now, is that I think we've kind of gotten away from what the Promise Act was for. It was to bring jobs that are much needed, get those workers accredited and so that they can work in those jobs in Kansas. So thank you.
Senator Sykes.
Thank you. If I may, I think the Promise Scholarship was to help Kansas students to get an education and find a job in those high needs. But if we really want to look at workforce, then maybe we should not make it that you are a U.S. citizen, because that also would open up to our workforce. Or do we just care about U.S. Americans and not people who look different than us or speak a different language?
Well, I find that interesting considering at first we were just Kansas and then it went to open out of state and then we went boundary states and then all of a sudden we're going from Kansas to anywhere. So that's an interesting thought. So maybe we need a moment.
Why don't you just go ahead and take some moments. Again, for this trailer bill, the Senate had an entire hearing, and then we worked it for 5 different meeting sessions before we passed it out. Last year, when we passed the promise bill, we'd worked on that actually for 2 years. So there'd been lots of hearings in the House and the Senate. But this is why getting through all of the issues, and we've not even had anyone come testify about this change. That is why when you say, why is it so complicated? Because the institutions that haven't spoken, haven't been able to participate in the conversation about this, they're trying to figure out right now, how would we possibly implement this? How do we make sure we are tracking in-state, out-of-state? How do we get the right tuition rate and things like that? Those are all the different kinds of things that they're thinking about. How are they going to track it? We've got someone here from the Board of Regents. How are we going to implement clawback if we're talking about out-of-states? It's easier to deal with the contiguous states than it is if we're talking about extreme regions within the United States. So it is complicated. And it's difficult again at 11 o'clock in the middle of the night when other folks haven't been able to weigh in on this issue.
All right, we're going to see where we might stand on this. We'll be back in a few minutes.
All right, let's get back at it.
All right. So again, we agree with all your points. We're stuck on this little scholarship amount. We like the idea that that first semester that they do pay the difference, but they also only get half of the scholarship. So we're 100% in agreement with that. We think that after they have residency, after that first semester, that they should be treated like any other Kansas students. How they would normally be treated in Kansas for any other type of benefit or tuition cost. And so I feel like that's a way for us to meet in the middle using your idea. Yes, going into your idea that they only receive half, but let's do that when they are not a Kansas resident. So they pay the difference between in-state, out of state, and then they also pay half only. And then, of course, once they're a resident, they qualify for residency. We'll keep consistency, and they would fall into that 90% pool. And if this is a right, and receive that full tuition. Um, if we find that this is an overwhelmingly used program, then that's a great thing. And that means that Kansas is growing potentially, and we won't lose any more congressional seats. We'll maintain and possibly grow. So that's the goal, and that's what we'd like to offer back.
I guess as a counter, I do feel then we would probably need to adjust the funding of the 10%. Because if after the first semester, then they jump into the in-state pool, I think that we would need to look at changing that percent.
To what percent are you considering?
Off the top of my head, I don't have a percent. I just feel that we will need to do that because that immediately moves them into the in-state pool. And I've had two of my conference committee members already speak to that would be putting more students into that pool after the first semester.
Ultimately, I think I think our goal is the same. We want more people to stay in Kansas. I think it's honestly a little bit more intriguing and exciting for Kansas to have out-of-state students move in and stay here for 2 years after graduation or after getting that certificate or doing whatever it is that they're doing at the community colleges in those high-need areas. So that is a positive. I don't know that changing the percentage right now would be helpful if the goal is to grow the workforce. I don't see how limiting it at this time. And I would recommend that if that's something that you're interested in doing, perhaps we put a disclaimer or piece of, we add language that says it will be reviewed, that percentage will be reviewed in 1 year. Perhaps something of that nature. So not a sunset, but reviewed for adjustments.
I do believe, I appreciate those comments. I think it gets us back into this situation that I don't think we want to be in. We do not want a cycle where every single year we're coming back and trying to do fixes on the Kansas Promise Scholarship. We are not even 1 year into the Promise Scholarship. We had a trailer bill to do some fixes. Now we're creating a new Promise Scholarship. So my hesitation is that we set process where we are continually working to tweak with policy. Senator Sykes.
Thank you. I still have problems, and we've talked about this semester for our community colleges and technical colleges, but I do not believe that is so for the Board of Regents. And so we're really just causing more confusion with this. So I don't support it.
The other thing I would just note for the Senate is that we are accepting every item on here. We're asking for an adjustment on one of the 5 provisions. We want to, in good faith, worked for a solution and at this late hour. And I honestly believe we're looking for the same goal. We're trying to reach that same place. And I think that by bringing out of state students in the 4 states that you have identified, we're all going to win. Making an adjustment, I understand, isn't maybe preferable, but we are here again this year doing it. We've done it for other types of incentives. It's not out of the realm, and it's not the adjustment that we are potentially talking about would not be difficult to do.
What we have before us is just guardrails. Guardrails to something. When we say we're accepting these, what you're accepting is guardrails for a concept that for 3 years has never been discussed. And for the 3 prior days, today is the 4th day that we've talked about residency with regard to promise. It has always been the Senate's position, and actually it's been the Senate and the House and the governor's position that it be in state. So I understand that we are just talking about one issue of residency, but that change is a significant change that has never been vetted in the House, in the Senate, by any group, except for the 5 of us that are sitting here, and we had a different person prior for the ranking minority on the House side. So again, these guardrails have not been vetted other than, I think it was 2 hours ago, with some lobbyists and the revisers. There's been no other input on this. So I understand that you're accepting these. That is just what was put together at absolutely the last minute, the day before we are to wrap up conference committees. It is very unfortunate, a program. And you know, when you look at the grand scheme of things, $10 million in our state budget is very minor. But it is a program that is new, that has been in place for less than a year. We've already begun enrollment for students for fall semester. Absolutely have been for several months now, been enrolling for summer semester. So it does make a significant change for every one of the institutions once this, if it were to get published in the statute book. It makes an immediate change for every one of those institutions that they've got to be ready to start working toward.
All right. Well, thank you, Senator. I would also remind that this was agreed upon by leadership that residency would be included. It was agreed upon today. The second thing is if you would like to come back and give us a percent that you would find acceptable, then I would encourage you to come back and give us a percent that would be acceptable. The only other thing I'd add is that I think what we heard Heather say is that they want clarity. What policy we choose here today is our choice between the Senate and the House and the governor, and they can work our policy. They just need clarity.
I would like clarity as to what it is with residency that leadership agreed upon today.
They said it was agreed that they would allow out of state. The residency was simply that. They were included in this package. That was agreed upon before 5 o'clock today. Now we have accepted all of these changes in good faith. We have one sticking point, but I go back to the original agreement that didn't include any of these items. And so now I'm asking you in good faith to go back and consider what percentage do you want?
Senator Sykes.
Thank you. I know I am not leadership in the majority party, but I am leadership. And I've actually been working on this scholarship as part of education and ranking on the education committee for 3 years. So this is something that we have vetted over and over. And I believe we worked with the House Commerce Committee. But we tried to get this. It did not pass muster. The governor vetoed it. Um, and we went back to the drawing board and we have worked for this over 3 years. And by trying to change something in the last 6 hours, which we have worked hard vetting, and apparently we missed some things, which is why we had a trailer bill in the first place. But this is making significant changes. It's causing more uncertainty. Even um, Representative Williams mentioned that we can fix this next year. That is only adding more and more uncertainty to our institutions.
Representative Owsley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And question for staff. Well, I heard an enrollment number earlier for the Promise Scholarship, but I didn't hear a dollar figure to go with that. How much of the $10 million allotted is being utilized today?
I believe that we are just over $5.5 million. Now, one thing that I want to make sure that we understand is that when we award a scholarship first semester, if it is supposed to be for a 2-year program, we have to encumber those funds and we continue to encumber for them to be able to complete the program. And so while we've spent money for this year, those same students are not completers yet. So we'll have to have those funds available next year as well.
We do have to leave for final action. If we could recess and if you guys could talk with leadership and meet back, that would be great.
We certainly appreciate everyone's indulgence as we work to talk with and to work through this with our leadership. And so at this time, I will call on our Vice Chair, Senator Erickson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate everyone's indulgence and patience as we work through this. In the spirit of compromise, in the spirit of growing Kansas and allowing some out-of-state students to participate in this program, what we would like to offer is the 10% of any amount appropriated can be used for out-of-state student scholarships. Once a student from those 4 states come and participate for funding purposes, they will be considered a non-resident and stay in that 10% pool. They will not move to the 90%. And we think that that's a fair way. And if need be down the road, we need to adjust appropriations, adjust the percent, but it's a starting point for seeing the demand, for seeing how this impacts Kansas kids, because for me personally, I think Kansas students come first, but it's a way to try to just see how this would work, and we can adjust as we go forward. With that, Madam Chair, I'll answer questions.
Are there any questions?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Okay, so for funding purposes, I just want to reiterate for the scholarship purpose, after that, once they become eligible, then they would get the full scholarship.
At this point, we won't specify whether it's a half or full. We're just saying it's that 10%.
Oh, okay, but I mean, I think we need to solve the other problem also, whether it's a half or full after once they become residency, besides the 10%.
Okay, to clarify, because I know that our colleges and tech schools will need the clarification, it would stand the same. It would be the half for the first semester, the full the second, but not more than the 10% total.
All right, as much as I'd like to continue this process, we will take that.
We have an agreement. So what we will do at this point in time, the amendments that have been agreed upon for the Promise Act are complete, and then that will then be merged into the rest of the contents for House Bill 2567. Is there any other questions or communication?
I think maybe it would be a good idea before we leave to go over the list.
So first on the list, we have the federal impact aid that includes the amendment to make sure that we codified any bond and interest projects that were prior to. Then we have the Promise Act as amended. We have the enrollment which includes that funding portability for students within our state. And then we have the education funding, which is that House Bill 2512. And I think if the revisers want to step through what it is that has been agreed upon with regard to the education funding.
Do we have a list up to this point?
I'm not sure either of us have a good list to hand out, but if we, after this, we'll try to put something together.
I think that we can, as we march through this, we should be able to.
May not be in exactly the order we decided everything, but under the virtual math program, it was decided to do $3 million in ARPA funding for fiscal year 23, in addition to $1 million in the fee for service through KSDE. For 2024, it would be $2 million through that fee for service. There would also be language for non-academic tests, surveys, questionnaires. I think Nick will probably go over that in more detail. We will include language from HB 2747 with the language revision agreed to. There will be the addition of 1.5 million SGF for CTE transportation. The agreed upon $100,000 for communities and schools. It'll be that 50-50 split that we discussed, 50,000 in existing resources through other funding. Language will be added for virtual schools that will take the existing $5,000 per full-time student up to $5,600. There will be language for the dyslexia coordinator position, which largely is reflected in sub for HB 2512. And finally, we will move the delayed school payment from fiscal year 2022 to fiscal year 2023. And I'm happy to take any questions on budget.
The 5 million. Real quickly, with regard to the 5,600 on virtual, that's for the one FTE. Is that going to be 2,800 for the 0.5 FTE?
I think we can clarify. I think the language we have is just for the full-time students.
Do you have an opposition to make sure that we clarify for the 0.5 FTE? Okay, thank you. Eddie, do you have any questions? Okay. Where does the language sit from House Bill 2747? That clarifying language? Is it considered within House Bill 2567, or was it actually, where was that inserted? Okay, just wanted to make sure. Didn't have any fiscal note, but wanted to make sure that that was in that. Okay.
So for the policy pieces from 2512, we've got the Every Child Can Read Act. We've got KSHA as the mandatory reporters. We have the alternative educational opportunities, the needs assessment, which will include the change to levels 1 and 2 being non-proficient. We have the change to allow for part-time enrollment options at school districts. We have the changes to the virtual schools provisions, so the alternative graduation rates for accreditation purposes, the prohibition on financial incentives being offered for enrollment at virtual schools, and then the part-time or the funding for those students who are 19 years of age and under, who are the dropout students or the ones that are credit deficient. Also from 2512, the tax credit for low income student scholarship age requirement change. And then finally, the Kansas State Department of Education academic reports, both longitudinal and a summary achievement report. Senate Bill 455, the open enrollment bill, was included with additional amendments. So the second transfer opportunity was removed. The House requirement for a public hearing to adopt the policy was included. And then there will be an exemption for schools that exist that are on military installations, and those will be delayed. Those provisions will be delayed until 2023. The Promise Scholarship Act is in there with the changes. The House Bill 2716, the educational benefits for dependents and spouses, naming the program the Kansas Heroes Scholarship Program. Again, the House Bill 2747, the Johnson County Research Triangle, and then the change to KSA 726316, which is the test, surveys, examination, questionnaires, that was amended by both the House and the Senate in this conference committee.
Okay, so timeline, we'll have an itemized list maybe tomorrow. Okay. Any other items, committee, for 2567? All right. Senator?
We're adjourned.